Okay, audio check. 1, 2, 3. Alright, we're up and running. Checking things out. Alright. So the countdown continues. In 1 week, I get to eat all the carbs I want. It'll be delightful. Oh, the United States Thanksgiving is great. We do a turkey, mashed potatoes, gravy, yams, rolls, stuffing, every good thing. I've been on carbs since my donut bacchanalia on Halloween. So Thanksgiving is going to be wonderful. And then the old diet's probably going to be pretty defunct throughout the entire month of December because, you know, it's December. So that's nice. Meanwhile, we are developing a game with no game engine and making good progress. Our art is coming along nicely, looks very much better. And we're adding doodads. Oops. I need to add some notes here. Yeah, another after hours. Tested new encyclopedia. Texture. Okay, one other thing I kind of want to add in today. Doodad of the, oh no, doodad airplane. No, bubbles. Liner overlap. Overshoot at edges. Another thing we may want to do is chalk doodads. Pick randomly and cycle. Here we go. Hey, JTL, buenos días, ¿cómo estás? But I don't know how I want to prioritize these. I think I want to finish fixing up doodad of the day. Then we can hit the doodad bubbles, minor tweaking, and start up on the chalk randomization. Then maybe we'll make a third chalk one if we still have time today. So after hours, dressed was in our library for some reason. I was capturing screenshots for the Steam store updates, which I've been working on, and ran across the word dressed. And I don't see that in Merriam-Webster dictionary. I think it's one of those archaic spellings of dressed, past tense, D-R-E-S-S-E-D, but it wasn't even in there. So removed that. Part of the screenshotting, the playback controls overlap the title, so I moved that over to the edge. We did get my son to where he can test the Steam game on his laptop, which has none of the dependencies on it, and it still works, so that's good. All my linking is correct. Did you see the updated encyclopedia file? Yes. So I did that this morning, and it looks good. So we're gonna take a look at that. I don't remember. Did I upload yesterday's video already? I did. I did. Okay, good. Okay. Sorry. Catching up. I've been running all over the place today. So, yes, let's go take a look at that. These are all things working after hours. So, like I said, I'm trying not to do code changes of interest, but We're gonna get to that point eventually. We're kind of, I wouldn't say crunch, but we're just trying to get it done. Um, 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 um. So we'll go ahead and take a quick look at the new bookshelf. I sent a screenshot of it, so. We cheat, we get some books on the bookshelf, and there they are. They fit nicely, they look good. I like that. So good work. Yeah, that reads better than the brown ones. Yep, looks great. You want 3 other types of book sets? I can use anywhere from 1 to 10 total book sets. If it's easier for you, so we've got these books which have way too much variation between them and no like sequences of books. But if you want, I can actually crank out more of these randomizations with different parameters so that we can, you maybe just have something that's easier to trace onto, or I don't know if that would help at all. Because we could crank out some with, 3 books in a row and they're all more similar in size. Or not, I don't know. So yeah, anywhere between 1 and 10 book sets. Depends on how much time you want to put into it, I guess. We also, JTL, need to come up with your handle for the credits. Credits will end up with 3 people on it. Probably not. I've got a system down now. Move on to the notebooks for now. Come back to the bookshelf books. Okay. Yep. Yep. What you can get to is great. I'm just grateful there's somebody who's artistically talented that I can tap into here. I'm not musically or artistically visually talented, so it would take me a lot of work to get there. And frankly, I've got too many programming projects to spend the time it would take to get me there. Although it is the kind of thing you could do half-hour a day and get a lot better at without committing too much time, but I mean, I don't know when I'd have the time to do it. I want to someday. Clarification, probably no need for the randomized books. Okay. Okay. Just checking. Okay. So our poster is not laid out right at all. So let's go fix that. Let's, I guess, bring it back up so we can look at it. Okay. So this rectangle is close to right. For some reason it's short. I wonder if I have stretched this table a little bit. Possibly. So it could be, let's see here. I bring up the table. I didn't at one point know what its actual dimensions were. layout scene elements 2. Oh, that's not the right one. Oh well. Image canvas size. Layer boundary size. So it's 1082, 380. Okay, so that agrees. Let's see where we lay it out. Table width, table height. So 1082. 380. We're just going to change that little number there. Maybe it'll be okay. If there's no stretching of the table, then the poster paper might align where I expect it. Okay. We can fake some little staples or something. We can do some art here later. Word of the day appears to be centered on this point here. So instead of being centered in the center of the rectangle, get a rectangle. I wonder if it's something like this. Give them both a rectangle. Let's see here. R dot x plus equals. Just trying to get that text to show up where we need it. Oh, perfect. It lines up nicely. So yeah, if I ever get around to doing art for this, we'll just pretend like there's just some staples. Someday. All right, so the font. We want that permanent one. What's it called? Font warehouse. Permanent marker. That will probably be it for layout stuff. Then it's just randomization and so here's a thought. What if we put global, just while I'm sitting here thinking, global doesn't really have an initialization. Okay. Cool. We're gonna call that good on that front. Journal. We did this. That was easier than I feared. Doodad of the day shows up where it is expected. Okay. Oh, yes, branding. I'm not gonna add that right now. Is that true? It's just gonna add it. Oh, it did add branding. I don't think I want these screenshots. We're going to be replacing those a lot anyways. So get restore stage screenshot. Like I've been putting these into the beta Steam store. But these are not the final screenshots, so it doesn't really matter. So let's not commit those. Okay. Moved images to branding folder. Doodad of the day displays correctly. What else did we do? These are my after hours as well. Minor updates from after hours. Like no code, nothing too interesting, just all the little things. That'll take a minute. I'm starting to think maybe it's time to prioritize shrinking the sound. The music at any rate. I don't know. Okay, so that's the status. So I need a list of words and quotes of the day. Static const char star words. We'll have another one for quotes. We'll need a counter or size eventually, but we're not there yet. Okay, discussion topics. Where do I store my words? Vocabulary. Imperative, apophenia, apophlegmatic. Some of these aren't even like, oh, this is a good word to know. Most of them are like, this is fun to say, like avuncular, right? Who gets to use that one in conversation, but it's so fun to say. I don't know. Ooh, that one might not fit. These are just my words. We can get a list of words from somewhere. It doesn't matter too much. Discodecaphobia, always fun. I don't remember this one. Quomodo conquise. Pusillanimous, always an excellent word. Tenacious. Yeah, most of these are not gonna make the final cut. We're just throwing stuff in. Okay. Like plinth. Just a good word to say. Has good mouthfeel or something. So line 4 to line 126. I don't remember what water means. Sybaritic, Rayfire, 122. If we were going from line 2 to 4, that would actually be 3, so you take the difference and you add 1. I think. 23. Sparge. Sprezzatura. That is more of an Italian word, but I do like it as a word. Ratiocination. Okay. Like I said, this is not our final list of words at all. Topic quotes. I don't remember what I even have in here. La, la, la. Good old Milton Friedman has some good ones. Governments never learn, only people learn. Society doesn't have values, people have values. No such thing as a free lunch. Ooh, I like John Locke. Cicero. Oh, so many good quotes. Thucydides. Aldous Huxley. Cogito, cogito, ergo cogito sum. Always a good one. Yeah, this list might take a little bit longer to build up. So it's the doodad of the day. And we don't really need a few for testing anyways. Backslash and Ambrose Bierce. Is that how I want to do this? Groucho Marx. Oh, good old Oscar Wilde. Actually, there's a better Oscar Wilde quote. Let me just go dig that up. Like a fruit or flower? I don't remember. New line, Oscar Wilde. Always good for a chuckle. Some of these quotes might be too long. I might not be able to do quotes of the day. What's my god? Okay, we're gonna skip over books probably. Ooh, I kind of like this one. Rabindranath Tagore. I don't even know what that means, but the quote was excellent. Okay. I do like a bit of Isaac Asimov. Ooh, I like that one, but anyway, we're going to take an Alan Perlis. Yeah, let's take an Albert Einstein. It's a great one. Blah, blah, blah. We already did all this actually one. We did not. Let's do it. James Huxley. Thucydides. I had a kid in class when I was in high school who pronounced it Thucydides. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Actually, this quote belongs in a different file I'm maintaining. Blah, blah, blah. That's probably good enough for now. Okay. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 entries. Most of these might not fit anyways. It'll be fine though. Like I said, I've got a ton of them in other files too, so filling in a few hundred of these shouldn't be too hard. Although a lot of my quotes tend to be more topic specific. Can't hurt, right? But we may not be able to get them to fit nicely onto that paper. Okay, doodad of the day. We can put these at the bottom, so I don't have to scroll through the list. Oh, catafalque. That's a great word. I can have some good words saved up. These at the bottom. Okay. Pick text. Now, ultimately, this is the flow. Ooh. Part of me really wants my random number generators. I don't want to have to keep instantiating them. How many different places am I using URNG? Should that go in global? Oh, in math, maybe. M_URNG. exclude directory dependencies. Okay, so the playlist uses it, game scene uses it, doodad of the day, chalk bubbles, airplane. I think we just put it in math. Then math needs to be initialized by the application before other things, but that's not the worst. Okay. GB flip and uniform RNG. So here inside math, we need a GB flip abstract RNG. I think we have to do it this way, URNG. I think math needs an init function. And a cleanup, why not? It's null. New GB flip. The uniform random generator is null. Given ARNG. Cleanup. If it's not null, we delete. I think we have to do it in order to be safer. Is that it? All right, application. What were those 2 journal wiki programs you mentioned the other day? Oh yeah, so here, let me dig this up for you. The first one is TiddlyWiki. It is a single file HTML that if you want to start a new wiki, you just download from that web page the empty TiddlyWiki, and then you open it up, and then you start typing things into it. Use it for your to-do list, your all sorts of things. It's just a very simple, easy one to use with no complications. You can back up the single file and nothing weird happens. It's all local. The other one is Obsidian, which takes markdown files. So you don't have to edit the MD files in Obsidian itself, but it's supposed to provide really good searchability and organizational capabilities, and each note you write is its own markup file, so you can move things around and back them up as well. Once you set up your, I think they call it a database, but really it's just a folder full of markdown files. Those are 2. I've used TiddlyWiki. I've downloaded and installed Obsidian, but haven't used it extensively. I'm trying to use it right now for a D&D campaign I'm running for my kids, but the campaign's off to a slow start, so there you go. A couple of wiki options if you need note-taking capabilities. We have global and math. Then where we initialize everything, we just do this. Where we clean up everything, we do cleanup. Easy peasy. Then we need to grep a slightly different way. Well, maybe not. And we just start using it in our doodad of the day. Pick text. So what we're going to do is we're going to say doodad of the day. We want math. URNG. Next integer up to the number of words. And then we get that word. So we m_text.set text equals quotes. No, not quotes. Words subscripted like that. All we want to see is, does that work? Let's tidy things up. Oops. Not doing images right now, so that's fine. Yeah, I got that out of date. Tidy things up and go. Yeah, anytime. Obsidian's a little more fancy, a little more modern, a little more, well, I don't know. They both have their uses, probably. Ugh. Dumb quotes. Okay, math is confused. How is math confused? Uniform RNG does not name a type. Oh, because it was redeclared. Static member that we're keeping to ourselves. Class uniform RNG included from that file right there. Slightly confused here. What math are we using here? Pi. We're using it for pi. Before we declare it. Let's see if that fixes the dependency ordering issues. I think so. All right. So in theory, we should get a different word every time we load in. It should only happen once per word of the day, ephemera. Okay, so that's part one. Test it again. Emendation. same. Cool. I think we're good. Okay, so that's the random piece. It kind of works. The day. This isn't really what we want right now. So we're going to make a couple of small changes that word index is 0. Oh, handle mouse press. Nope. I need something more like an update function. For now. We'll get rid of it later. We don't need it later. To do remove only used for development. If we're enabled, here's where we need this. So basically this asset stuff, I'm not sure we need just yet. Maybe it has to have a little flip, but that's fine. Okay. So here's the deal. If it's enabled, input get key pressed is key pressed. Up, down, left, and right. So up and no, left and right are going to move us forward and backwards. So m underscore. Oh. So this whole pick text thing. I have to cheat on for a minute. Word index plus plus. Or we do it this way. Word index plus 1 modulus number of words. Nah, I don't like it. So we just wrap unwrap going down as well. Pick text. I'm going to change what pick text does. Basically this, except instead of random number generating numbers, it's underscore word index. And left and right, we're going to use to shrink our text. So we'll get to that. Let's just try this. I think these are like this. Okay. Hey, Suki, how's it going? How's your compiler going? Let's see here. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Oh. Made these nice little doodads for people to fiddle with while they're thinking through the game. We got these bubbles that float around on the chalkboard. Little chalk drawings of bubbles. They bounce off of each other. That's kind of satisfying. That was fun to write yesterday. So we wrote spherical collisions and collision resolution. Well, circular. Then you can right click them to pop them. Pop. Right now we're doing a word of the day doodad. You can't interact with it, but it's not responding to inputs because it's not plugged in. Hold on. On update, doodad, word of the day. Then it will detect my keyboard inputs. We decided to directly compile the next keyboard. Yes, you mentioned that. I must add every system call as a keyword in my language. Oh, yeah. Exit is a good place to start. Yep. These are the arguments against writing your own compiler, right? Not all parts of writing a compiler are fun. It is satisfying as more and more things get put in place. All right, so null, that's awkward. Okay, well, we have some problems with that. Let's go fix them. So I want left to be minus. I want plus to be increment to be right. And if we subtract, if word index is less than 0, it should equal the number of words minus 1. There we go. Yeah, strings will be fun. Yeah. You know, I don't know. I have mixed feelings right now about strings. Is your compiler a transpiler or will it be a compiler? In the end, it will be a compiler that generates straight to the exe. But I think for educational purposes, we may start with interpreted and then transpile to C, then generate some VM, some bytecode, maybe an LLVM, or maybe we generate some JVM, or maybe we just output like a NASM or FASM, or maybe like something. We'll pick something and do it just as like an educational piece as we go through. But in the end, yeah, we're going to generate raw binaries from scratch, just like you're talking about. Which means I'm going to go through the same thing you're going through right now. In fact, I may use your repo as like a reference. Be like, oh, how do I do that? Oh, somebody's already done it. Why would I go read the documentation when I can just borrow it? But I don't know why, but I just prefer to start transpiled because it's way easier than interpreted. Yes and no. No, yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, maybe we skip the interpreter. I don't know. We'll see. Because then you have to maintain runtime state. So abattoir, Zwoder. Oh, what? No. So when we go forward, oops. Oh, greater than or equal to. There we go. Okay, so that's going to fix that. Now, the next piece is if we press key up, we want to increase the font size, and down we decrease the font size. Word. Oh, let's put this inside pick text for now. Like I said, this is all hacked together so we can size things reasonably quickly. And the interpreter could be good for making it as a debugging tool. Well, and if you get something that runs in intermediate stage, like just from the AST itself, then you get things like what Jai has, which is compile time directives, where you can manipulate the AST itself, writing code inside of itself. Which, yeah, it's amazing for things like profiling and debugging. You can literally just attach new things to the AST as it compiles and evaluate them and have it do things, which would be cool. So if you have a language that kind of straddles that line between the two, now where Jai inserts it, I believe, is at the LLVM interface, but if you don't have an LLVM interface, then you need that interpreted interface instead in the pre-code generation stage. Well, maybe even the pre-optimization phase. But yeah, fun times. I think I want a space bar. Maybe that's what we do. So instead of pick text, we'll add a space. Space is always good. We'll log that out. The other thing we want to log out is the font size. Zero F font size. It will be underscore text. Actually, I haven't been in our text file for a while here. Set text size, and I can get text size. Okay. -1. Okay, so if we press up, it gets bigger. If we press down, it gets smaller. And then we can hit spacebar to say this word should have this text size. Pick puts the new line in there, so that should be round or centered. So here we go. Now we can say for each word if we need to shrink it below the 50 or not. The only tip is if you use AI, nope. I don't use AI. Don't ask them make this, but how to do it. There's only some stuff I accept with AI. This is everything that isn't logic, but only memory. It's fine with me because it is literally the same as copying the internet. Memory meaning like stuff is literally always the same, like magic numbers. Okay. Except, I don't know, my experience so far, I've tried to use like some image generators or text generators or whatnot. It's really not very good. And maybe it's because I'm crappy at prompting, but like if I type in a sentence that says exactly what I want and it doesn't do it, like if I have to spend hours, I actually want to go back to the world of just, Google, how do I do something? And then most of the things I search for, the AI pops up a whole bunch of stuff, and it's like, oh, here's the summary. Well, if you just go into the first link, it's right there anyway. So why did you not just give me the first link? Like, can I not go do my own reading? It's trying to pre-digest my food for me. I'd rather chew my burger myself. I don't know. So far, my experience with AI, as small as it's been, has been negative for me. I just don't get it. It's not that good. Maybe do a little tiny debug. I think I changed some things. So AI is a soft skill. It's exactly why you don't want them to make your logic. Oh, well, no, yeah, you don't make it for your critical logic for sure. AI is a soft skill. See, but I think of soft skills and I think people. I shouldn't have to treat my computer with soft skills. I want my computer to be hard skills. A computer does what it's told every single time. But then you introduce AI, and there's no way to know what it was even told, really. You remember the Google, was it Gemini generating black Nazis? Because the computer was being told things you didn't know about. So now I have to memorize every derived rule, or I have to memorize every implicit rule and derive the implicit rules based on my usage. At which point it's like, why don't I just write my own program? I don't just write my own program, thanks. One that does what I tell it to do. I'm just not a big fan of AI. It does not solve the problems I have very well. Okay, so abattoir. I can make it bigger, I can make it smaller. Spacebar, it did not log what I wanted to log. Oh, that did log what I wanted to log. Text size. Oh, that is an integer. Ah, I thought that was a float. Wait. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. That should be float. Font size is a float. Yep. Oops. Similar to having a coworker, though, maybe you have better peers. Well, right now I work with myself, so I have the best peers I've ever worked with. I have had very good peers in the past. Most of the time, I will not say that they were always wonderful. I guess that's true. If you have a crappy coworker, that's about the same size as AI, but cheaper, and you can tell it exactly what you think of it without worrying about all this politics. So I guess there are some benefits to AI, but like right now I'm working solo, or I'm working with a business partner, and we're both reasonably intelligent individuals. So So far I have no... Whoa! What? Ugh, don't make me do this. Fine. So yeah, right now my coworkers, my peers, we're doing awesome. Right now I like AI, but I just don't like the way it is going though. Yeah. Well, right now AI is one of the reasons I won't post anything new to GitHub. Everything I've got in there right now is like a toy program, just a demonstration. Like I don't want them training off my stuff. That's my work. Why do you get to copy it? Yeah, I've made significant progress with AI versus junior devs. You just need to be thorough in explaining what you want. A big problem is you're already very technically skilled. It's easy to miss two advantages. Yeah. So here's a long-term problem. So there's knock-on effects, I think, that are not going to be apparent for a while. Let's say that you replace all of the junior devs with AI. Cheaper, you can speak abusively to them, and HR won't find out, and it gets about the same amount of work done, maybe even a little better, right? Um, how is the new generation of junior devs going to grow to become a senior dev? Oh yeah, we're doomed for sure. Same thing with art, right? A world-class artist, a top-quality professional artist, is better than the AI, 100%. So if we replace all of the mediocre to middle artists, how do you get paid while you transition from being a mediocre artist to a great artist? You just replaced them all. They're not getting. There's no reasonable way to transition into being a high quality one. You learn by doing, and if you remove the doing, nobody will learn. So, there's a lot of issues with AI. I don't. It makes me sad. Brings back the quote though. It was Jerry Seinfeld. He was speaking at a commencement. Which commencement was it? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But he said basically, it's amazing that we were intelligent enough to invent AI, lazy enough to need it, and too stupid to know whether it was a good idea in the first place or not. I think that really covers it pretty well. It's a cool technical achievement based on theories and ideas and code from the 50s. We just finally have the computing power to make it work. I'm more worried about what happens when I hit H. Spacebar. So I guess we're looking at about 60 pixels. Décolletage. Because H is where lens fustian, fustigate, gamble. Yep, I was afraid of this one. So this word, Hippopotamonstrous Sesquipedaliophobia, one of my favorites, bearing within it its own ironic problems. I personally have already slid my actual dev skills due to AI. I feels less helpful to know the minutiae of languages at this point, but I'm unfortunate to have been forced to learn the architecture and such without AI. Yeah. I'm a worse dev now, but a better project manager. Not a great indication for the future of that junior dev class unless AI can really step up. Yeah, yeah. Well, and LLMs LLMs are interesting, but they're only predictive and imitative. They don't think, they don't reason. They say, this is what we think based on what we have seen, what might be a reasonable output. Whereas a junior dev may start that way, they can learn eventually to reason, which LLMs cannot. Add some more parameters, train it for longer. I mean, how many kilotons of carbon dioxide are going to pump into the air training these models? It's huge. They're turning on nuclear reactors to power more language learning. Or you could, feed a kid $15 an hour to go figure out how to become a good programmer. I don't know. So, Gar I hope I got that right. How's it going? Welcome to the chat. Thanks for joining. Are you using me as a background noise while you work, or do you just have the day off? Or I guess I don't even know where you are, what time zone, so maybe that isn't even a valid question. What brings you here? Maybe that's the question. Okay, so I'm looking at the first 53 words being size 60. No, this one, spacebar. So 53, we want 43. Everything else can be back up to 60. There we go. Impecunious, I like that one. Logisomechanophobia. Ah, that's a good word. Doodad, lubrious. Blah, 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 blah. Omphaloskepsis, great word. Logiston, I always like that one. I think that's it. All we needed really was for Hippopotamonstrosphobia. EFGH. That one needs to be down at about 43 font size. 43. Okay, good to know. Everything else can be font size 60. Makes it feel like I should get something. Makes it feel like I should get something done with somebody in the background doing work. I don't know. That seems to be most of my audience actually is people who are working on projects and they just need a voice in the background. Like most of the time, I'm just talking stream of consciousness while I work, and that seems to be enough for most people. Some days we get some good conversations going in the chat, though. I'm always happy to stop or answer questions or talk or discuss. So it's that whole learning things by doing it yourself. That's the reason we're doing this game from scratch, right? I've got very minimal dependencies. In fact, this is it. This is my list of dependencies right here, which has forced me to learn. And I'm not even like reading lots of articles and things. I like barely read enough and did enough tutorials to get me over a couple of humps. And then like the rest of it's my own creation, which, I've read enough articles. I've seen enough game design. I've seen enough systems design that I kind of know how most people would approach it, but I'm refusing to add something just because it's the right way to do it. I add it when I need it instead. And actually, it turns out that's, Benedict's blessing so far. And there are things that I don't like that I've done. And so, a lot on the list of things that I need to fix up later. But I get to pick when and how those abstractions are added, right? And I like that, so. I step away for a few minutes and come back to a word sleuth game with a word of the day that is fear of long words. Love it. Yes, we're trying to find font sizes. So if I go to which is the longest word in my dictionary right now. So if I go to doodad of the day to where we pick our text. If word index equals 53, set text size to, what did I say, 43? Yeah. Otherwise, set it to 60. We do need to scale this according to our screen size. Let's start with the initial size of 60. That's great. Okay. So in theory now, all the words should be reasonably sized. I did not type the other ER apparently. Which means this copy paste will also not work. And go. So in our journal, remove RNG stuff and just use what is in math. Okay, so that's one. Quotes of the day may not fit well. So everything is good. If we get all the way to the H for Hippopotamonstrosesquipedaliophobia, and it changes, perfect. Okay. I think we're good. As far as words go, we're good. So the next piece is to check quotes. And we know 60 is not going to work, so we can just throw that right out. Quotes. I'm worried that we won't get a reasonable size. So let's make it like 30. I don't think we can go much smaller than 30 and have things be reasonably read. Quote, word index, text size. Okay. And instead of num words, we're going to use num quotes. And just see what that does. Okay. So we should get a quote. Cogito, cogito, ergo, cogito, sum. So that one could be fixed up by some formatting, like this one. That one fits reasonably well. Yeah, so most of these are going to have to be broken up a bit, but actually 30 is somewhat readable. Okay, so let me just do the coding here while I'm looking at it. Ignorance is like a delicate exotic fruit. Part of me wants to do something a little bit different, actually, of the day. Quotes, authors. Authors. So what we're going to do is we're going to steal out this piece. tilde, quote, come down the same number of lines every time. Oh, it didn't work. Oh. All right, it's just going to be a pain in the keister about this. We're just going to do it manually. There's only 8 of them. Let's throw this. Albert Einstein. So we're just trying to test out how this all works together. Old Thucydides, or as my classmate called him, Lucky Dides. Then we replace tilde, let's see here, backslash n tilde space with nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I like the visual of that. I think I'm going to fit about 3 lines of text reasonably without having to resize much. Oops. At a reasonable place to break things up. Okay, but then up here where we set our text, what we're going to do is we're going to do the following. We're going to say quote, quote, backslash n tilde space. Tilde space. There we go. We'll take the quotes, take the authors, quit. I have to tidy up because now we have the authors. Back. I don't know why, but last time I did web dev, my experience was pretty bad, like all other times. Yep. Nope. I don't like web dev. It's not exciting to me at all. The problems there can be solved by junior devs and by AI, which is maybe why AI is taken off so much. The web was so badly evolved that you're wasting rather large FANG salaries trying to keep things running. Desktop applications are easy to develop, do far more, but everybody insists on moving to the browser and making it harder and harder to do a desktop application. It used to be when I was a kid, everything would compile down to a single executable, and you'd move it from computer to computer as long as the computer was the same operating system, and it was fine. And now you have dynamic link libraries everywhere. Like, it took me a lot of hours to get this program to link with no external dependencies. It's a standalone executable, but my gosh, it took a while. M_authors. Did I not declare that correctly? Autors. If only I could spell. And even then, there's like no real guarantee that my executable will run everywhere that runs Windows. It's shocking to me, absolutely shocking. I have the whole C runtime library is now linked in, which never used to be a thing. Ugh. Just slightly infuriating all around. And it's all imposed by, at least some parts of that problem are imposed by the operating system itself. Your binary should contain nothing but some binary instructions that the CPU can execute. But the operating system wants to take over ownership of everything, so... Okay, coquito, coquito, ergo, coquito sum. That fits, fits. Any noun can be verbed. So for some of these small ones, we can make them bigger. These ones not so much, but how small can I make them and still have things fit? This one, I can't make 4 lines. I think I have to keep everything to 3 lines. And there's not really a good place in this quote for breaking, so that's 29 pixels. So if I go to 30, 30 just doesn't fit. But there's not a better place to break up that statement. Maybe we can make the second line long. Well, that doesn't really help, does it? Okay, ready to go to the first one. Coquito, coquito, ergo, coquito sum. Are there any others that fit this? Those two. That's probably going to be a 2-liner. Let me go edit that then. Okay. Yeah, Thucydides is going to have the hardest one to fit. I think a lot of them we can get away with 35. Well, anyway, what we're going to do is we're just going to store a list of sizes. That's probably the easiest thing to do. So, of the day, sizes. Oh, it's not character star either. It's int sizes. These can be float. There's no reason not to. No, that's not what we wanted at all. Okay, the sizes we want is 47. $40. 35. 35 again, that's nice. I think we were aiming for a 47 here. $53. 47 seems reasonable. I'm guessing we want this one to be about 35. Yep, 35. So basically 3-line quotes are 35. 2-line quotes are about 40. And 47 is 3 lines. We'll just see how that works. Oh, facts do not cease. Oh, so that's gonna be a 2-liner. We're just gonna guess at 40. Duplication is the only weird custom one because it's gonna be a hard one to break up into 3 meaningful stanza lines. But it is a good quote. So maybe we just take this one as being the oddball. 29. Okay. We're gonna quit. Is that everything we need? So put this one back where it was. When we pick text, actually, we're not going to set the font size. Pick text. And underscore sizes given our word index. Pound define a couple things. Pound define 2-line quote to be 40. 1-line quote to be 47. A 3-line quote to be 35. So 47.0 is a 3-line quote. 40 is a 2-line quote. Anytime you can add meaning to things, does a couple of things. It means I understand why these sizes are being picked. And I understand why this one doesn't have the same thing. It's like this is just an oddball enough that it doesn't quite fit the normal patterns. If we have more quotes, those will stand out as well. So tidy up and debug, then the size will be dynamic per quote. And that's basically it, other than filling in the actual words randomly, which we'll get to in just a minute. It's gonna be a coin flip, then pick one. But if I build up a nice little library of quotes and vocabulary words, it'll give people who want the distraction something to do, something to look at. I wonder if I have a little whip sound. Is there like a paper? What, like a little I don't like any of these. Zaps, beeps, chimes, clicks, etc. Okay, well, it's not looking good for our hero here. Okay, so that finished building. And now we should be able to scroll through all the quotes fast and easy. They should all fit. Okay. we're going to go to the small screen size and see if they all fit similarly. Okay. Make sure the fonts. Ooh, that's close. They all fit though. It is a little bit harder to click the bubbles at this size. Cool. Journal. Oh. Okay, so last piece of the day is the randomization. Right now we've just done it this way. So this goes away. These are too useful for debugging. But we're going to do this. We're going to do math, urng, coin flip. If we do the coin flip, then we essentially do this. Sort of. Otherwise, simplify things down a bit. Otherwise, we do these two things. Number of words, number of quotes. Easy peasy. Now it's all randomized. We should be good to go with that. Except I forgot the semicolon. Always awkward. Someday I will remember all the semicolons. But not this day. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of quotes. I have a whole bunch of, well, I mean, we've only got, what, 100 vocab words, some of which I'd probably pull out. Got to double check all of those, make sure they're in dictionaries. Okay, I'm going back to big size. Maybe you can't tell, but that's all right. Word of the day, sybaritic. Okay, ultra toads, no I, but there is the letter P, so traps, tarps, rats. Oh, sprat. Uh-oh. Oh, parts. There we go. Too many anagrams for that word. Okay. I think things are working well. So if we leave and come back in, sometimes we should not get quotes, sometimes we should get words. Yep. Okay. I'm reasonably satisfied. Maybe we should weigh word of the day against quotes, like based on the number of the two. Like a weighted coin flip. I don't know. But that's basically it, except we need to add more words and quotes. Did that. To do vet words and quotes in doodad of the day, then add more. I don't know how many we really need. Oh, what? Oh, wait. You know what? It has been a while since we've hit the bots. So, life-size talker, you don't understand. We already have the best viewers. I don't even have to pay them. Even if we don't have very many. That's all right. We like the small, intimate stream sort of feel here. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. I want to make a couple more changes actually before we get into that. So see, we have these debug song debug replay. We're going to add a debug word of the day. Because being able to go through and see all the text quickly, it's actually very valuable, especially if I'm going to add more stuff to it. So word index is basically this. We don't need an update function. We are debugging. So that'll go away. Pick text. I think that does it. So if we compile this without the debug flag, now what have I done? Unterminated if and def. Uh-oh. And if we removed this. That makes sense, actually. Game sync needs this to check as well. On update. There we go. So 99% of the time, I don't want any of that functionality where I can scroll through side to side and scale up and down and print out the word number and the size. We don't need it. But when I need it, I don't have to go recode it. So we're just going to hide it all behind define flags. So I can put it back in with nothing more than a minor change to the old, what's it? The old debug, build, define, defines. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so there's a random quote. Another random quote. I should get a word of the day somewhere in here. Yeah. Okay. Kind of. Sample words, quotes in relation to their relative quantity. That's probably the right word. So if I have twice as many words as I have quotes, I should sample the words twice as often. So it'll be a random 1 in 3 instead of a 50-50 like we've got it now. That's not important. That's not hard. One more thing we want to do there. Doodad of the day. Is a word. If it's not a word, it's a quote. Sure, we'll start with word. It's true. In update. If we go tab, underscore is word equals not is word. And pick text. Word index equals 0. We'll just always start at 0. Or we won't. We'll bounce check word index. No, we're just gonna keep it simple. Equals 0, but max equals quotes if m underscore is word, then our max equals divided by the day number of words. Now we can cycle back and forth between quotes and words. We take this and just try it out. Make sure we can tab between the two tracks and see everything go according to plan. It won't because it didn't do this part. Okay, almost there. Okay. Just making sure the tab works. So word of the day works across the borders. Tab. I feel like this one is small. And that one. Put that on 35. Should be a 3-line quote. Why is that one a 3-line quote? This is a 1-line quote, as is the Alan Perlis, which is 4 up, 0. Ah, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to dig up a bunch of like Sun Tzu, Shakespeare, who knows? Who knows what? Okay. Okay, so we can test and run any of these. Cool. So we do like that ability to turn on. Okay, so we're good on that one. Journal. Doodad of the day shows random words or quotes. Debug flag available to, when adding more, to find appropriate sizes for the text. All right. We'll put this in the to-do as a maybe. We're probably not going to get around to any of the holiday stuff before release, but we can add it after release. In an update, we want to provide value to our customers. The compilation's going to finish. Yep. I want to remove all those screenshots. I'm only using them as placeholders anyways. Git, add everything. All of that looks about right. Add of the day. L picks quotes, words at random. Debug option available. Okay. Now, we gave ourselves RNG stuff in a few places, and now we have to move it out of those places. So doodad airplane should be an easy place to get rid of it. We don't need uniform RNG. Anymore, because we have math. Easy. So let's do that airplane game scene. GB flip uniform RNG, abstract RNG. Okay. Okay. Well, darn. Dot math u RNG. What do? There we go. Place it everywhere. Bubbles. Ugh. Okay. Where else were we using that? Airplane, bubbles, dude out of the day, game scene. Oh, playlist. That was the last one, I think. We have to shuffle our music. And that's basically it. I think. So now we're only going to have, in a given game run, one random number generator and accompanying transformation tools. So the RNG cores, or what I call them, where they generate 31 bits of random data. And you feed that into different processes, and they, oh, playlist, needs math. And they do things with them. So you take those 31 bits, and then you feed it into the uniform random number generator, and that'll give you random uniform distributions. You put it into normal or Gauss distribution, it'll crank those out instead, or close weighted. It'll take those 31 bits and make them do the kinds of things you'd expect. This has not happened before. What? Oh. A little confused. Okay, I remember what this one is. All right. Init. Okay, so playlist is the only issue remaining. Just getting the compiler to find all the right data at the right time, at the right order. I really don't like forward declarations, and sometimes a circular dependency just kind of exists, but yeah, what do you do? So as long as the game runs, more or less. Oof, let's see. TAS. Oh, that's a bit of a delay. Hmm. C R. So this one has no contradictions I can see. Oh, so this one is invalid. 122112011. 110210. Okay, so it's no good either. Only this one is valid. Oh, for Pete's sake. I feel less responsive today. I'm not sure why. ED flogs. Jacks. There we go. It's J or K. So racks. Perfect. I think we are happy with all of those RNG replacements. There's only a few places that, well, let's see here. C source, GB flip, and there will be a lot of them in GB flip, obviously, but there will be basically, oh, the word library. Shoot. Make file main menu scene has a random. That's kind of random. High score scene. Why does that have randomness? Probably for the animate in and animate out. Doodad of the day. I'm gonna start removing these. high score scene. Main menu scene. Main file math is fine. Word library. That one gets more complicated. Alright, so quick build. We're just trying to make sure we get it all cleaned up. One source of RNG. Now, if we were building a specifically reproducible procedurally generated thing, then for each procedurally generated unit, we might maintain its own random number generator separate from others. But this is like, we've got a music player, pick a random time when an airplane flies, pick a random starting color and a direction for chalk things. Like, the only one piece that even matters at all to the game is choosing a word at the beginning of the level, which we can reseed anytime we want, which gives us that reproducibility that we need when we need it. Okay. We got a lot for that time. We'll do a search for uniform RNG and make sure that the only real references to it. Make sure it runs. There's probably plenty of randomness in the fade in, fade out on the main menu. And as long as the bubbles are pretty reasonable. Seems good. Okay. C source grep. Search for abstract RNG. This will show up in a few places, but it should be a lot less. Oh, more than I want. Doodad of the day. GB Flip needs it. High score scene. Math is fine. Uniform RNG is fine. Word library. We're gonna have to come back to that. No, let's come back in here. We're looking for uniform RNG. We're going to see this in a few places, but it should be a lot less. Oh, okay, the ones that use it. I score scene. Okay, so that's that one. Main menu. Make files fine, math is fine, playlist. That was fine. Uniform RNG, of course, is going to contain our text word library. We'll have to come back to that one. Will we? Maybe we don't. Maybe we leave it in WordLibrary alone, because then WordLibrary would have no dependency on math. Therefore, it keeps things nice and clean. That's my current thought. Not just because I'm lazy. Where are we at? 230. This is more like a technical debt item than anything else. 230. Oh, making good progress. Run. Oh, let's see here. Let's just run it, make sure it still runs. A lot of the random number generators that we were using were working. Okay, the bubbles are randomized, the quote was randomized. I think we're good. Okay. I want to remove this thing here before we commit. Right. We know that's working, we're done. Okay, so cleaned up RNG stuff. RNG stuff majorly cleaned up. One RNG, one GB flip, uniform RNG available in math, initialized by in application. Left the RNG in WordLibrary alone and where it is, so there is no dependency. Of WordLibrary on that. Okay, that seems reasonable. Status, add everything. Object.gem. Clean up loose RNG stuff. It now lives in Manhattan. Okay, very nice. Not even 3 o'clock. The doodad bubbles, there's just... What about this? Go take a look. Let's just look at him. I'll show you what I mean, and maybe it's not as visible on your screens. Let's see if I can make it bigger enough. Maybe if I put it here and enlarge it about as big as it'll go. Okay. Over here on this edge, you can see... Oh, too fast. I want this really slow one. No, no, you're speeding up. Okay, this is a really slow one. The edge of this bubble is going to go past the edge of the wood by a significant margin. I want a slow one to hit up here and see how it goes. That's actually not bad. I'm fine with that one. Let's see if there's a slow one going to hit over here. That one looks okay. That one looks okay. So I think it's just this edge. So if we move this edge bounds over a few pixels, but then how does that relate to the bouncy ball? Should we go find the bouncy ball? Maybe we should turn on the bouncy ball. Game scene. Chalk ball. We'll just turn it on so we can see both of them at the same time. There's a little depth on that edge. Yeah, but I measured the pixels. I didn't compute anything from the math. I measured the pixels, and if I remember right, the bouncy ball bounces off that edge as I would expect. So we'll just have to see. If there's a difference between the bouncy ball and the bubbles, that's fine, but I need to make the adjustment, that's all. So there's the bouncy ball, there's the bubbles. And if we drag the bouncy ball carefully over the edge, it looks perfect. Now that could be a result of a few things. Maybe the edge of the ball just has a few pixels of alpha channel. Like maybe there's just a few pixels of alpha channel on the edge of this texture. So when it's over penetrating this wall, it looks okay. But these bubbles, if they're moving slow, do overshoot by a fixed number of pixels, it looks like. The small ones are penetrating by some number of pixels and the big ones are. So if I just add an offset, I think that's all we have to do. When we call set bounds, y1 minus some amount. And you just need to scale with screen size. So scale by 5 pixels? I don't know. It may not be much more than what we're doing here to test. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just that one, and oh, it's that on Y. That's not where that goes. It's the X. X1, not Y1. My bad. The other 3 edges look fine. Just a small nit. That's kind of where we're at. Adding more options to entertain the user. and fixing small complaints, small nits, small elements that bother me. If it bothers me, it's going to bother someone else. I'm not the most picky person out there. Well, I'm a lot pickier about my stuff than other people's stuff. Okay, so this bubble... I want a slow one. Oh. That wasn't enough. I don't think it was 10 film pixels worth, maybe. Yeah, I need a slow one. This one will impact horizontally very slow. Looks like there's still some. Yeah. I want to go until I see like a gap between the edge of the bubble and the edge of the board. I don't think like a couple of pixels are going to make a difference, but most people won't see the alpha channel couple pixels overlap, but I don't want it to disappear so far into the edge of that board. I also think 12 is a decent number. There's enough that they bounce into each other and make changes. I don't want to do an archery guy. Okay. Those are still over penetrating that side. Why is that? This ball looks fine on that edge. Dunk. That's because we weren't ever making a change here, were we? Okay. X1 minus equals. And now, magically, everything will come out just about the way I expect. Shoot. So close. I thought 10 would be more than enough to have that black gap when it bounces, which is what we don't want. Now we just need a bubble to hit the wall at a relatively slow horizontal speed. Yeah, now there's a black gap. So 10 is too much, which is what we expected. So the answer is somewhere between 10 and 0. So we will try 5. Which is kind of what I thought in the first place, just from eyeballing it. There's a slow one. I think that's close, but it's not quite right. I think we're 3. Maybe the answer is 4, but apophenia. Good word. Okay. This one's moving nice and slow, as is this one. Never mind. Now this one's moving really slow. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, I think that's it. 3 was the answer. Okay, I guess. Okay, bubbles no longer travel too far to the right edge or over of the board. Bubbles going too far right. Okay, now chalk doodads. Right now, you will only see one because we've kind of hard-coded things in. So we need a way to pick which chalk doodad is live. This will come in useful later on when we have a chalk interactable and an eraser interactable, I think. So what we're going to do is go to game context. Use doodads. Enum class chalk doodad, which will be ball, and what's the other one? Is bubbles. We'll add more as we need to. Then we have static chalk doodad here. In context chalk. Here. Chalk doodad. Chalk doodad equals something. Okay. That's not quite what we want. But there is an init. So we'll always have something. But then, what I really want static const int num chalk doodads. I don't want to revisit this code much. Equals 2. Static cast integer chalk doodad. Just game context have math. It does now. Pretty sure we initialize math before a lot of things. URNG next game context num chalk doodads. Okay. Then fade in. Okay. Switch game context. Chalk doodad. Is that what went on the board at the time? Turn on the ball. Just one line these. This is not complicated code. Keep it simple. Bubbles. Make the patterns obvious with your alignments. We could shuffle and do fancy things. I think we just cycle through in order with a random starting point. It's good enough. If we allow the user ways of turning the doodads off, it'll be fine. Okay, fade out. It's fine. But then chalk doodad and chalk doodad. Okay. Next chalk doodad index equals static cast int of this +1 if the next index is greater than or equal to game context num chalk doodads, and this becomes 0. Then this thing, chalk doodad equals static cast integer, not integer, this thing of the next chalk doodad index. Eventually we're going to break basically this chalk keys, the chalk part of this, out into a function that's like stop chalk doodad start chalk doodad. We might as well break that out right now, right? Stop chalk doodad and start chalk doodad. Because we will use that later. There we go. So it just turns whatever's on off, and then cycles to the next one. Fade in. Start a chalk doodad. And that's basically it, right? So, if we load the level once, we'll get one random one, and then after that, it'll just flip-flop. I want to build the chalk archer. You right click him, he'll have an arrow, then you move the mouse up or down to angle, and then forward and backwards to power. How much you're gonna shoot. Okay. Oops. That's a bad one. Uniform RHG. That makes sense. Oh. Put that one back in there. Let me put this. It's the uniform RHG that's not being hooked up. Okay. That fixes it. Phew. Order of includes. I do wish C++ was a little bit less sensitive about that sort of thing. Okay. Now we run it. I don't know how many chalk doodads we need. 3, 5. I've got ideas for 4. Okay, so we get a ball. And when we leave, if we enter, I should get bubbles. When I leave, I should get the ball back. Yeah, seems to be working. Apple gab, nice word. Over here to the bubbles. Okay. I think that's that task done. Game scene now picks a chalk doodad. Game context used to store which is next. Then on exit, it cycles them. Chalk doodads, start random, then cycle. Okay. Which means we're caught up on all that. So, to-do list. La la la. La 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 la. We have a good amount of loose ends, but those are like good Monday tasks. None of these are hard. Actually, settings reset could be a good, useful one. Music players, yeah. A lot of these are like 15-minute tasks to do. So maybe we just do start another doodad today. Yeah. I like the archer. I think I want to stick with the chalk ones. I want a couple more chalk ones. So maybe we do an archer. Maybe we do the dirt, seed, sun, water can one. You guys think about that. I'm going to take a restroom break. And a snack run. Not at the same time, obviously. I'm not sure if I have any jalapeno poppers left. I'm going to go check. So I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. We are back. Yeah, just so many of these are simple and good Monday tasks. This one is in progress. Okay. I know this looks like a lot of stuff. We're probably not going to get to all of it. This is like just a notional list right now. So, I mean, some of this is fine. Okay. So we need a third chalk doodad. Plant one would be very simplistic. And therefore maybe not as interesting. Hmm. Archer. I kind of want to. How bad is that archer going to be? Gonna run me 2 days of work? Maybe. Much of which would be art. I have visions in my head of what it should do. Like just a chalk guy, right? Might be done by then, by 2 days of archer time. Yeah, no, you've made really good progress. So the thing with Archer is, what all do I want to do with him? Let's see. Maybe we just pull Archer over and at least do notional work. We just do a little design work here. I think Archer, chalk Archer. Right click to the left or right to walk. Right click on the archer. And let's see here. On the charger, hold to aim and charge. Release to shoot. And arrows. Target. Score. Misses. Stick in chalk forward edge. Randomly on the left or right edge. Mark on screen for different scoring distances. This one's a little bit more complex, but like basically a mini game. Can I get left, right, walk done today? All right, is this worth doing? I mean, the short answer is no, it's not part of the game proper, but I do think it would be fun. And that's what we're here for, right? For me to have fun. Because some of our tasks also rely on music being done. We're still working on some of that. Right click. Maybe right click arrows to retrieve. Right click arrows to retrieve. Why do none of these spellings look right? I before E, after C. Okay. Sometimes you see a word and it just doesn't look right no matter how you spell it. Let me just get most of this laid out then. Select target or moving bubbles to shoot. Just a fixed target. I do have an idea though. After X arrows, more than N, some multiple of N, a wild bird flies by and can be shot if you are quick. So mostly static, and then occasionally a random dynamic target would fly through. So if you empty your quiver, recover your arrows, empty your quiver again, recover your arrows, maybe a wild goose would fly through. Maybe something like that. resets your score. Okay, so what do we have? We have an archer. When you know what the different scoring distances are, like a multiplier. We need a target. We could have simulated wins too. Oh, these are terrible ideas. Terrible. Okay. Score. All this has to fit on the board. So let's take a look at what we've got. Sequacious. What a good word. So if your little archer dude is standing in the middle and a target randomly appears here-ish with a scoreboard over it, maybe we can't do a random left-right. I think we'll make a Robin Hood. We'll put a little green hat on. We're doing this. We're doing this. Source, doodad, chalk, archers. We are going to use almost everything that we've got in the chalk bubbles. We will use math. Oh, will we? Yeah, we'll use. We might not need math. Game con. Let's just grab everything for now. Update, render, fade in, fade out, set balance. Those are all going to be very similar interfaces. Ooh, this might get to be complicated. Mouse press and mouse move handler. We're going to need both of those. So we go to button. Mouse move, mouse press, and mouse release. We need all three. We don't need repeat though. Do not need repeat. I don't think we do. They're not really built for lots of animations, so this is going to stress my ability to make animations look okay with our system. It's very rudimentary right now. Okay. Okay, let's do what we need to. Doodad, chalk, archer. Do we need uniform RNG? I don't know if we need any RNG for this one. Let's start with everything disabled. We're going to steal that from button. We need an archer. We need a target. 2. We need a scoreboard. Just as a start. We need to initialize our handlers. Mouse press. Repeat goes away. Then we steal these. And our destructor. Release the mouse handlers. Go back to bubbles. Okay. Okay, so we need fade in, fade out, update. And update's going to get complicated this time around. And render and set bounds. Handle mess mouse press. Going to be very similar. Okay. Bubbles with archer. Fade in. Fade out. Fast and dirty. Update. We're getting our real time. I don't think this does anything when it's not enabled. Render, if enabled, for now, do nothing. Set bounds. Handle mouse. Let's press. Mouse move. Blah, blah, blah. We'll come around to all that later. If we are enabled and it's a right button that's being moved, I'm not sure that's actually how that works. Actually, this would be different. So basically we need 3 states. Standing, or let's see, idle, walking, and drawing, I think. So that's going to go away. That's not even really a check there, is it? Except we're enabled and do some things. Fine, whatever. And mouse release. Depends on a bunch of stuff that we aren't calculating yet. That's the basic framework. Right. Only one thing needs a sprite, right? Robin. Texture quad. Target. Text. Score. Or board. Score. So we're going to start with 3. I think it's these 3. And a score. Archer. Okay, now we start with a score of 0. Okay. Oh, let's see here. Stick figure walk animation. So this person did a flash animation of a walk cycle. That is a little bit jaunty. Not jaunty, it's oof. Hmm. So from what I've seen, and this is Oh, that actually looks pretty good. I don't have the artistic confidence, but the head and waist. This person already has all the proportions and such like correct. So it's this. Show me what I need. Okay. All right, let's go over to our GIMP. GIMP. We're closing this. We're bringing in this image, and then we can share the old GIMP. So we're not using this as our animation. We need, this is just our reference. This is not very big. How tall is our guy? Our chalkboard? That's a good question. What if we just throw together a guy? File new. 1024 by 1024. I don't want a background. Delete. Okay, one thing we want is some guides, because our little fella is going to have to be some size or another. Okay. So how many keyframe animation? How many things do we need? This shows 5. $15? Do I do 15? We need multiple animations. So how big can we realistically make our guy? 64 by 64? The math is easy that way. 64, 128. $128 plus 64 is 192. $192. 256. 256. That'd be 16 images of our little fella. We do that. So I need a walk. So this could be one walk. Another walk. So we can fit the left walk, right walk. We need an animation, maybe like an idle animation. Let's just get an idle picture, right? Yeah, this is way outside my comfort zone. So Robin stand or idle. Don't rightly know what the best way to do this is. Not being an artist is a bit handicapping. Brush. Where's our grunge? There it is. Well, that's huge. Maybe like 8. I want a turn left or turn right. I don't know. I need a palette. I need a palette, actually. Let's put it in the background. So, white is one color. Nice little blob of it. We need a bow and arrow color, like a wood color. I do not like that one. What the? How is this color anything like this color? What is going on? Oh, grunge. I'll bet. We did something like this. Oops, what the? What even is that color? And how is it not this one? What? Is my screen just that off? No. What? Normal. Default. Where's my paintbrush? not right. What is it? It's like grayscale. Um, oh, it says it's grayscale? Why would it be grayscale? Okay. Let's just make a new image. New image. 1024. 1024. I've never created a grayscale image. I always apply the grayscale later. Why? Template. Why? I don't want grayscale. RGB, 8-bit integer, perceptual gamma, fine, I guess. I don't care. Okay, delete layer. New layer. Background. New layer. Palette. There's brown. Maybe that's not a great brown. Maybe go a little bit darker brown. It is on a chalkboard though, so I want normal. Sure. Then we want white for the chalk dude. I want a nice green. For like a forest hat. Robin Hood hat. And then red for the old fletchings and a feather in his cap, maybe. Select the palette. All right. Let's put in our guides. 0, 64. 64 pixels should be enough, right? 128. 192. 256. $64. 128. 192. 256. Okay. There are 16 cells there. Robin head. Okay. We're gonna grab white. He's gonna, very European, you know. Two, three, four, roughly there. Paintbrush, we want the grunge, 8 pixels. Stroke. Okay, maybe we can make this a little bit bigger then. Let's go back to this one. Hat. Let's get the green. Our old paintbrush. Robin Hood had a, oh. Nice little hat. Yeah, it's fine. I don't know if this is going to work the way I want. And maybe that's okay. Things feel short. I can't even draw stick figures. Okay, grunge, 8 pixels. Make a head. I guess it's not going to be very big. Let's not worry about a hat right now. So an idle animation I'm getting warm in here. An idle animation, somebody who's just standing and breathing, doesn't actually hold still. Their head and shoulders go up and down as they breathe. Okay, so layer, crop to content. Okay. Now I can duplicate layer. It moves down. Probably don't need much. I have heard, and this is something I cannot confirm, that if you want to animate something, the first thing you do is animate the head, and then you attach the body to it. So if I make the simple idle an 8 8 sequence, so 256 plus 64. 256, 64. It's 312 or something? No. Math on stream. Okay. 256 plus 4 is 320. 320 plus 64 is probably 384. Plus 64. 448. We might as well just mark them all out, right? $448. Because if we're going to do multiple idle animations, might as well put everything in nice, neat rows. 4, 5, 12. That makes sense. So that'll be an 8-element sequence. The simple idle can just go back and forth. So we only really need 4 elements. We just need the head going down. Then back up. Yeah, this is all new to me. Let's see here. Image layer, layer size. Let's make the layer 64 by 64. And we can center and put this back up at the top. Duplicate, duplicate. Okay. New layer group. We need idle 1, which goes this thing, and this thing, then this thing. So 1, 2, 3. Idle 1, 0. 1, frame 1, frame 2. Okay, now this one, move. One, 2, 3, 4. If it takes 2 seconds to come down, how many frames per second are we actually doing? Oh, for heaven's sake. 1, 2, 3, 4 down. Let's duplicate this one just to keep it safe. Give them little shoulders. So when you're breathing out, you're exhaling, your shoulders drop. So the head came down 1 pixel. And that's fine. Layer over here. Except we want to shorten the torso. To new layer, move down. Paintbrush. So the leg stays the same, the shoulders slowly drop. So let's see here. Idle 1 or 0, 1. Okay, so this is just head. Okay, so head doesn't matter. Idle 0, idle 1. So let's paste down, or merge down. Nope. Then merge down. Layer boundary. Layer offset. 1 Y pixel. Oh, other way. No. I want to move the bottom of this rectangle and the top of this rectangle 1. Oh, which does that. Okay. There we go. I think that that one fixed. So these are for idle 2. Yeah, this is going to take me a while. I'm not an artist. Can we get an archer standing on the screen? Is that our whole mission today? Okay, 2 layers, except I kind of want both of these layers duplicated. You duplicate over here, I think. Then you come down here. Except that the torso drops 1 more pixel. Paintbrush. Give him a neck. Okay, so these 2 layers we can we're duplicating. This is the legs. These are the shoulders. New layer. Duplicate layer. Arms. So we don't need those. Then we merge down. Then layer offset 1, 2. Yeah, we're gonna be at this a while. I am not. This is not really my thing. Merge down, merge down. One, 2, only 2. We never moved this guy's head down. So we actually want to do that. Right, grab the head, move down into the shoulders. Are already dropped, so that's fine. Merge, merge. Layer. Offset, offset. Transform, offset. 2, 3. Okay, so there's a 4-frame cycle. Head, legs, arms. Okay, I'm going to duplicate. This will become 4. Two, duplicate 5. 1, duplicate 6. Duplicate 7. I don't know if that's even going to be visible on screen. So this is going to be Robin. This is me learning. Active projects, word sleuth, assets, images, Robin. Okay, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have an 8-frame animation cycle of somebody just standing there breathing. Maybe. Export as sure, Robin PNG. Export. Okay. We're going to pause on the old Gimperoonie here for a minute. Go into here, code. This is the part where I feel much more comfortable. So the archer. Let's see, we're going to images. We're going to add Robin. Do we have sprites anywhere? I do. Okay. Robin.png. UV sprite. Robin idle. 30. This is frames per second. So we're going to say 8 frames per second. If we need to, well, this should not loop. Size 64 by 64. Offset is 0. Spacing is 0. I do not remember all the other things I can do in here. So embed PNGs. Or it would be in my journal. Maybe I wrote some notes in my journal. Sprite. Do I have any documentation? Nope. Okay. Let's go look at our code. You can't, the code can't lie anyways. So when we are reading out the file, read image file, UV sprite. UV sprite. We need the name of the image. We need the frames per second. We get a word. True or false. Yep. Size D by D. Offset is 0. Spacing is going to be 0. UV sprite using default spacing. Range. From 0 to 1 or 0 to 7. I don't remember if that's inclusive or anything. I think it's 0 to 7. Range 0 dot dot 7. We can go 1 to 8. I don't know if that's more natural or not. Whatever. range. Robin idle 01. All right. The tools bin dot slash embed pngs dot exe. Let's see what it says for dear old Robin here at the end. X, Y, width, height. Okay. So we're gonna come back over here and say it starts as 0, 2, 7. Oh yeah. 0, 0, 64, 128. So yeah, it's just marching straight across. 8 of them. And I said 8 frames per second. Here's open. Okay, so Archer. We have the sprite named Robin. Render. We're not going to render those two. Robin. Okay. So when we set bounds, we're going to put Robin. Oh. We need to initialize Robin. This is going to get complicated enough. Let's do void init elements. That goes away. Doodad chalk archer init elements, which mostly we're concerned with Robin. Set texture. I don't remember how this works anymore. Notebook. Set book index. front cover set sequence. Oh, there's front cover rectangle. Right, so basically want this for dear old Robin. H. So get it all centered and resized. All right, image warehouse. Sprite animation key. Robin idle 01. I think. No, that's right, Sub-Zero. Set sequence. Robin idle 01. Robin dot set rectangle. Oh no. Zero, zero, width and height. I actually want his height to be at the ends of the bounds. Let's see here. Set center. With number 2 and the height. I want his feet at a particular height. In 0, 0, it says the center of his feet. It said 0, 0, which is not going to look right. When we set bounds, move to the midpoint of the boundary. Our height will be at y1. Okay, vendor does things. Update does nothing. So all we should do is have the archer show up. Let's see. Set sequence start. Robin is running. This is not right at all, but you know, it might work-ish. Maybe. Okay, make file. This might take me more than 2 days. Oh, chalk archer. Okay. Okay. Plug it in everywhere where it belongs. We're just gonna always turn it on for now. Chalk archer. Oops. Start chalk doodad. Which already checks. So we're going to need this check because it will be checked inside of it. Oh, we might as well just plug it in, right? Archer. Archer. Okay, so everywhere there's bubbles, there should be an archer. Update, render, set bounds. Fade out, fade in context. Archer equals 2. Archer. We're just gonna always start with Archer. Then we are not advancing. Okay, is that everything? Tidy things up and debug build. We'll see what happens. At least want him to show up on the screen. If his head is going up and down a teeny tiny amount, that's fine. We have to add some state to him. So we have to know when he's idle, when he's walking, and when he's shooting. Those are like the three main states. We got a lot more states. Things like starting to walk left, starting to walk right. But I'm a solo dev, no engine, so I'll probably keep it pretty simple. It'll probably be a little bit abrupt in a few changeovers from what I'm envisioning. Oops. Okay. Okay, now we're getting in there. Let's go get a sprite. Oh, not actually that bad, I think. We get the import text. Probably need a texture quad as well, huh? Many comments. Usually I get in trouble for leaving out syntax. Oops. Button. We tried to remove repeat. I know it's unused variable, we will use it eventually. It was not declared in this scope. Okay. I thought we had copied those out, but okay. Oh. I thought Oh, we have two init elements. Very clever of me. Okay. Right has nothing named set rectangle. Okay. Really? How does that notebook work? Okay, we're getting close. Warning. Unused parameter E. That'll come in later. Mouse. Oh. Okay. Press. Move. Release event. Okay, a couple of unused parameters. Otherwise, good to go. If he shows up, not bad. If he's moving slightly, even better. Oh, I'm not sure that. No. And it dies. Possibly we need to. Oh, no, we don't need to do that. We need to go to make file. And restart. And hopefully, did it quick enough. We didn't halfway do the sound warehouse. I don't think we did, but who knows. Oh yeah, this maybe we go with the catapult method. That's more mechanical. Something I can probably whip up together a little easier. That's just tires rotating. Maybe we do catapult. Instead of archer. It would be a similar sort of game, but more mechanical, something less organic. Oh, it's not working. Hmm. We should at least see what it's doing, right? Init elements. Sprite animation key, sprite set sequence. Oh. Here first. Okay, so we have to set texture first, then sequence. Okay. That makes sense. It could technically derive the texture from the sequence key, I think, but let's not get into that. Archer sequence set texture. Okay. Oh. What are are the chances? I don't see him at all. Huh. Just not showing up. Okay, do we go catapult instead? I'm slightly shocked. It never shows up anywhere. Set bounds. Let's leave them at 0, 0. That should be relative to parent. Maybe we remove the set center option as well. A couple things we can try. Maybe it's a positional thing. Nope. Bounds. Fade in. Fade out. Let's see what's what. Maybe something isn't being called correctly. I don't see my little chalk dude. set bounds, fade in, fade out. Things are being called. I don't see him anywhere. Why not? Start. Hmm. Why is he not showing up anywhere? Vsync on. In theory, it's rendering. Okay. So we don't need that note there. Center. Oh, I see. I think. don't see it all. We'll remove that, see what happens. Don't see him anywhere. Yeah. Why is this the hard part? I haven't even got to the hard part. This should just be throwing a guy on the screen who doesn't do much. Yeah. Init 0 by 0? What? That should be 64 by 64. Should be 41. It is a big file. Just waiting for it to open up so we can figure out what's wrong with our size here. This is taking its time. There we go. UVs. .5 million lines of code in this file. That's why it's going slow. We got widths and heights of our images. Although I still argue that 2.5 million lines of code should not be enough to drag it to its knees like this. Come on. Where are my UV sizes? Nope. Please count. UVs. Oh. So, Robin. Width and height. So that should not be 0. Sprite sequence Robin idle 01. Sprite sequences. How is that getting 0? Oh, I know why. Whoops. Looking in all the wrong places. Should give us a size of 64. Oh, it's still 0. Did my build not happen? Maybe a catapult would be better. You need 2 wheels, a box, a lever arm, a stone. Okay. So he has a size. Set bounds. He fade in, and I know that the render is being called. right, set bounds. That. Rectangle X, Robin, rectangle Y. Just because we can. Set bounds at somewhere. Except I don't see him. Is he being rendered behind something? He shouldn't. He should be rendered after chalkboard before all that stuff. He has a size, he has a position, he's calling render. This number looks reasonable for being anywhere near this chalkboard as measured from this corner here. Right there. So it shouldn't be covered up by anything, or not by the chalkboard anyway. So where is the little fella? Where did he go? I don't know where the little guy is. Where is he? Okay. Render was certainly being called. Let's look at sprite. What does sprite give us? We have our current frame index and our frame count. Archer.render modulus d of modulus d frames. Which will be m_robin dot frame index. Oops. Frame count. is the same thing as this thing, which is image warehouse get key for of Robin dot texture quad point to asset. Oh, curious. We don't have any way to get the current texture. Oh, we can. Texture point to texture index. Good heavens. Not the most convenient, but that's all right. Image warehouse get UV get UV name of sequence at the index. So we do that somewhere here where we say sub-0. There we go. This thing. Instead of 0, it's underscore Robin dot frame index. If real time whatever, we're just gonna print it out for now. The whole thing. Number 6 is having fun watching the occasional plane fly by. Well, good. I'm afraid that anybody competitive, it's too distracting and they'll just turn the doodads off. But this is marked as a casual game, so I'm giving tools that let you turn off the doodads, but they should be on by default. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay, this is gonna print like crazy, so we close. Well, that is not the right thing. 0 of 8 frames. It is the right number of frames. With the UV name of the sprite animation and our current frame index. Hmm. Hmm. Then maybe the UV is just wrong? I don't like that idea. 530, and I don't know what's going on. We get this bright animation, which is an array of UV keys, and we say, give me the current index, which is 0. Robin idle 01. Oh, modulus. Ah, modulus S. Good heavens. Small errors. Unforced errors. We can make that paper airplane fly a lot more often if that's of interest. Play and then quit. Okay. PNG, Robin idle 1, frame 0. I have reason to believe that UV is valid. So where's my little dude hanging out? Did I not? Did I? Knit 64 by 64. At width and height. Hmm. The notebook sprites work okay. So how is this one different? Play and quit. All right, so it goes some number of frames. Blue note. Whoa! Where did blue notebook come from? Uh, 0, and then it suddenly jumps to something completely different? That is suspicious. Notebook. There's nothing notebook in here. All the same, it should render something, but that's kind of besides the point. Set bounds. don't know why nothing is showing up. Update. Nothing about a notebook there. Okay, this is slightly odd. Okay. We set our sequence and our frame index. We figure out our size, which is fine, and then we set our rectangle. Is there something about reverse? Shouldn't be. I don't see anything about reverse in here. Update. Egg timer, callbacks, single shot false. Ding, that's what I'm looking for. Set frame index. Huh. Okay, let's stop doing this then. Is Robin not enabled? I don't know. But it's calling, well, it's, Because I never disabled it. I think everything just comes in automatically enabled by default. Very strange, very strange. If we put them at 0, 0, you'd be about here. Does my image look right? I guess I didn't check that. Robin dot png. It's there. Let me re-export it. Let me re-import it. Maybe something didn't get saved right. Embed PNGs. I see no reason why this should not show up. And how is that different? How is that thing different from the other sprites? Notebooks are working fine. Render, if enabled, render. Yeah, this is not rocket science here. I didn't think it was rocket science. Why it went to notebook doesn't make any sense. Why it's not visible doesn't make any sense either. Maybe we abandon this one, jeez. But I don't want to. I don't care about the mouse mover release. That's fine. We don't even have anything showing up, which is bizarre. Where's my archer? Where is he? I'm so confused. The texture and the UV key looked fine. We just don't move him. I don't know. This is weird. We may have to call it pretty soon, though. I'm not getting any traction. This should have been a quick stubbing out session. It's on the screen, even if they're wrong. They're just not going on the screen at all. So, in theory, my little dude should be right here. No. Okay, all right, here's another thing then. Archer here. Slate. Basically, where in the world is the slate? And then the archer should be relative to that. We should see two printouts there. Oh. One thing, if something showed up, we at least knew we were doing something, but slate is X, Y, width, height. Within that is here. Fade in sets everything enabled. We know the render was being called. We know the update was being called. All right, you have a good night to finish a notebook and oh, cool. That would be awesome. Thanks. You have a good evening. I'm gonna scratch my head for inexplicable reasons. Hmm. I am baffled. Tell you. Yeah. Not exactly confidence inspiring here. Fade in, fade out, render. Render? There is a render there. Fade in, enabled true. I'm just baffled here. Truly baffled. Is there like a scale parameter or an alpha that's not being set? To opaque? Is it drawing it? I just can't tell. Zero of 8 frames. Robin.png at Robin idle 01 triple aught. This here is 0, 0 relative to the slate. Slate position width height. This little fella should sit right here. Which is not what we want, but like it's not showing up anywhere. Where is he? When we fade in, scale 0.3f by modulo 0.3f. At this point, underscore Robin dot scale x Robin dot scale y. And the same thing. Except we're going to make sure we check the text quad scale. Like, is something being scaled away? That's one question. Color. D E D. Texture quad. Color dot red. I think that's how that works. Red, green, oh, green, blue, alpha. I think what else would make it not appear? Ay, ay, ay. It's a valid image, it's a valid UV. The scale is 1. The color is opaque white. So where the heck is my little guy? Okay. Oh, I haven't idea how to test, but I'm gonna go use the restroom first. So there. Just a minute. I'll be right back. I have one idea to test, but I'm... Okay. we're going to change a few things. Texture quad. No. Here's what we're going to do. Chop archer. That's anywhere where m_robin happens. Sure. Robin, blah, 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 whatever. Okay. Not going to update. Render. Instead of rendering Robin, we're going to render the target. Robin's going to move, so we're not worrying about that. Don't care. Initialize elements. Okay. We're going to cheat m_target. It's going to have that texture. And it will get the 0th element of this sequence. Set UV. Okay, so the target will render that first frame, hopefully. Oops. Because texture quads have been working for a long time, but Sprite's been working for a while. We've used it in the notebook. And it animates. I'm not seeing either one. I'm not seeing either one. Is my image data wrong? Is it invalid? I don't see my animation showing up. Maybe we are sampling the alpha channel. All right, let's do this. One more test. Oh, not one more, but I'm gonna go to GIMP. And I'm gonna take this thing, and in the background, I'm gonna put in a nice bucket fill of a beautiful, hideous, purpley color. Export to Robin. Re-embed the PNGs. I had better see purple show up somewhere. If so, that means that it's just not getting samples that are visible. Which means maybe we're not sampling where we think we are inside of the image. But I mean, we kind of defined it starts at the upper left-hand corner and marches across and then down. That's how the sprites are laid out. And those UVs look like that's what they're doing. That's what I thought. Oh, all very strange. If a nasty blue purple square rect shows up, at least that's something. If it's calculating the UVs wrong, then, you know, fine, I guess. That at least is something we can debug, but like right now everything is looking like we've done the work, right? So where's the purple rectangle? No, it's not. Huh. Alright, I have no idea what's going on. We're gonna have to debug this tomorrow. Target. Target has a texture and a UV. Render is rendering the target, and it's getting nothing. Okay, well, yeah, we're gonna have to debug this tomorrow. I mean, at the very least, I should get something on the screen, even if I change that it's not an archer, it's a tank. Like, I gotta get something on the screen. So what's going on here? Truly bizarre. Huh. Okay, well, wow. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Okay, I'm gonna bug out of here then, go think this through, and wonder what I've done wrong with my life. And you have a wonderful evening, and we'll talk to you tomorrow where we try to debug this. What's even happening? Yeah. So, bye-bye.